Tonight is
Does not make God.
tonight is April the 15th, 2025. Um, one second, let me record something really quick. One second, let me record.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I am, today I have done entirely too much talking to people about the situation, and really it's not a situation. Um, to be transparent, because I always am that, um, I don't want to talk so much about the situation that I don't give God the opportunity um, to work. So I have not heard any more from Ketchup, and I was supposed to hear from him. Um, I was supposed to hear from him, and I mean, you know that he was supposed to pay my rent or whatever, and he didn't. So that conversation has been live today. Um, I really don't know um, what I want to say about that. Um, I really don't think I want to say a lot tonight. It has been a lot of quiet chaos all day. When I woke up this morning, the trash cans was out there by the street. When I got up this morning at 8:47 on the morning of 4:14, and the trash cans was out there by the street, and I never heard them. So that meant that this morning I was put to sleep, and my dreams were very distant, and I only could remember little pieces. It was like stuff being put together, and that was between 6 and 8:30, And then 8:47 is like I just came to myself. So I think it's like a gas that you go to sleep with, and then a gas that you wake back up. Because it's like I just came back to earth. It's like you're sleep. It's like surgery, just like surgery. And then it feels like you just wake back up, like they wake you up after surgery. You don't feel them waking you up saying, "Wake up." You don't feel that. You just hear a nurse say, "Welcome back," you know. And so I never heard the trash cans go out this morning, but I heard them coming back. And then I got up, went back to sleep about 9:30, 10 o'clock, got back up about all the way to 1. That was a long time. So from 10 o'clock all the way to after 1, the motion was turned off, and it was, he was moving them trash cans again. And so I just let the window down because I got aggravated about it. So I know that there's a lot of movement when I go to sleep. People come over, things swap. Tonight, all of the people have not been here. And they do just the way they have done at any other place that I have lived in. They go stay in other places and come back to blend two locations. They go to Florida, they go to North Carolina, they go to Colorado, they go wherever they're going and come back. And my phone is dry because my sim is always moving around. So tonight, when I talked to Bertrand on the phone, normally if I would never use the phone, I would probably not be so agitated, because the phone is the key element to the drama. Anything basic or anything I look at. If I didn't use the phone, they would just do the TV. It wouldn't be no big deal. They would use the TV. Whatever you look at is what they're going to swap. If you use that email on that TV, that's going on an iPhone. If you use, because all of this tablet, this, and this is sharing an email. Well, that's still 3 devices that can be used. So that's 3 different people, and that's 3 different states. And then the TV is an email, that's a state. All of these is different states. And different numbers and different profiles of men, gay men, medical man, gay man, homosexual, a transgender, medical man, construction man, Latino man, they're all men. And today, the phone, YouTube has gotten bad since about last week. YouTube got bad. YouTube has never been the same since March 28th, for the record. Once they suspended the account on March 28th, once they suspended the account and it came back up on or about, when I went to go get that notary done. So around the 28th, it got suspended, and then it never, when I got it back up on 4/5, it never was the same, ever. The views weren't the same, the data wasn't the same. It had been like, it looks like they took that week to fix me on YouTube, so nobody would really see, which nobody really sees it anyway. but it's like they really took time to lock it down. So then after the 5th, April the 5th, when I got back on, because before it used to show videos. It used to show videos on April. Not show videos. It used to show views or people looking. It always mainly show 0, but when it get off, I would see if somebody was looking at it. Then it stopped that on April the 5th. And then between April the 5th to April the 8th, it went to another level of sabotage where it was just consistently blocked or railroaded. And then after April, especially when I cook, I noticed I was looking to see what gets blocked most, and it was views of when I cook, movement around, walking. They slow the connection down, and it just show me in frames. It doesn't like they slow it down, so it's not like, okay, like I'm moving like this. It doesn't work like that. So if I get up and walk, it slows down so that it looks, I think they don't want my motion seen, and they definitely don't want me to look like I know how to cook. Everybody burns stuff, leave the oven on, leave the stove on. Joe used to come over here fussing at what China did as me, burning up popcorn. They just burn up everything. Go in the kitchen and they tell them to just turn it on high and just burn up everything, but don't let a fire get started. But burn up everything that you cook. And then so on April the 8th, it came back up, and they blocked me on April the 8th that night. That's the night that I came back from going to Clayton County Court, where they had the lady with the same pants on right there on the MARTA bus. What was that, 18, I don't know what number it was, 1832, somewhere in there. It was that bus, and she had on those yoga pants, just like me, as a threat, and the same gray jogging suit that is a major part of this, that Corey had on when he went to jail, and that Sylvia had on in 4436 Bronson Street in April of 2023. So that gray jogging suit, I don't know why that's apparent, but that is in the running. That is a big part of this. I don't know why, but everybody wears that gray jogging suit, and the size of it is about a 2X or 3X. The lady that had it on last Tuesday on the MARTA bus that got off at the Jonesboro Apartments, she had on about a 3X. When they wore it in California, it was about a 2X. Sylvia had it on, and it was oversized, and it was hanging off her arms and all of that. I don't know why that is important, but it is important for some reason. They must have committed a crime in that they want to set me up for, because that's been consistently in the running. So they had that, and then they had that gray jogging suit, and they had on those pants, and that lady had a walker, and she had on a raggedy wig, but it was not old, but she had just had on a wig. So they had that, and then they she was on a walker and she was on the bus. So from April the 8th, they really have not had me on live like that. On April the 8th, it was blocked, and it's been a consistent effort to not let my lives be seen since April the 8th. So from 3/28 when they had the wreck down there to April the to when it went down, a whole week. So that was a whole week. They took me off live. So they had the accident, and then you go off live because Facebook doesn't count. It's garbage. So 3/28 to 4/5. That's a whole week. And then they came back alive on YouTube, and then everything is grayed out. So they don't have me doing anything after that. And then the death threats were really, really, really bad, so that I wouldn't say anything. So then today Joe went to file at Clayton County, which is the same day that I went last week. I went on Tuesday, he went Monday. Same thing. So I messaged Ketchup and he didn't respond. Usually, when Ketchup doesn't respond, the death threats are either really high, or B, he's not allowed, or C, he's enjoying the view. But most of the time when he doesn't respond, the death threats are really, really high. And then 2, he doesn't respond if he's not allowed. So he has not given me any more alimony, and I think they have possibly taking him out, went on ahead and just, that probably, if I don't live here anymore and they're wanting me to go to North Carolina, then they're not going to let me see Ketchup anymore. That means that you could go ahead and get over him, because they're going to pretty much end it. And if they're taking me to North Carolina, that means that Judge Malone is not going to rule on the case, which is also why Ketchup is so nonchalant. Because normally, if Ketchup knew that he was going back to court, he would normally, want to work this out some kind of way. But he was very nonchalant when he found out about the court date, and didn't seem fazed and didn't seem moved. And they probably already told him that he didn't need to worry about it. So, because they're changing the dates around. So, it is April again. And April is the month that I got back from California. April the 25th or 23rd. 23rd I left. So I got here around the 25th. So the 25th is when, or in this time last year, is when I saw that girl in the back room, in room B, down at Garnett Station. And she was homeless, and she was walking down there, and I said, how is that the same girl that was homeless? And she said she was a truck driver and been driving trucks all her life. She was down at Garnett Station, and this was around April or May of last year. So or could have been between April and June. So Ketchup has not said anything because he is um, either not allowed or he is just really happy that he doesn't have to pay anymore. And so he hasn't said anything. So they're wanting me to go to North Carolina to get set up there at another House of Hope, House of Horrors. Then they're not going to let me see him no more. And that also means that they're not planning on giving me no more alimony. And so that means that the judge will just never respond. And so it also means that what does this say about being in this house with Joe? Well, he staged an eviction for the girl that lived here with the dude that looked like Bertrand. He was little, and they had the same car outside the other day. I took a picture of it over the weekend. The same gray little Plymouth looking Chrysler was out here. Same car that was here in April of 2024. So what they did was the eviction, it was no eviction. It went on. It was the girl and a little short boy that looked at like he was gay. And she looked at like the witch on Frankenstein. And she had a very bad wig, and they were in here, and they were weird. It was a very strange couple. I've never seen anything like it before in my life. That's why I just knew when I seen them they have to be working, because that is a very strange. I've never seen anything like it. There can't be an attraction there. I don't know what that is, but that is very strange. He looks like a little girl, and she looks like a vampire. Don't know what's going on there, but I don't see a love connection. So that was that, and they were in here, and Joe moved them out on April the 20th. And then I came to clean over here, and then, well, I was already over here waiting for them to clean up. And when I woke up from being dazed, they were already gone. And so Joe said, they're gone. You could clean up. So I cleaned up. And then I wanted to move into this room, and they waited until I said it. And so I asked Joe for the room, and then the dude back here that is also playing a Bobby in room F, the one I got into it with on April the 23rd, 2024, he was the one that said, no, my friend's moving in there. And so it caused a big thing. I already told Joe about that. So I was used to clean it up, say that I wanted it, and then Joe said somebody else was moving into it. He didn't give me no priority. So that girl moved in here to do more swaps, and that's the one that wore the blue medical uniform sometimes, then used to come out of here with, boy shorts on, really skimpy underwear, and used to stand in front of the camera and take pictures. And then she was here, and they called her a prostitute. I've never seen guys here, but that's what the going word was, because they wanted me to go ahead and swap myself into that, or think that's what they were doing. So I said, okay. So that was the girl here. And then from there, It was, she stayed here from April 25th to July 21st. And that's when I moved into this room where I had stayed all along since, um, well, since July 21st. But I was set up here since February of 2021. I stayed here, for the record, in February of 2021 until February of 2021. I stayed here 4 days, the week of Valentine's Day. And so I wasn't talking to Ketchup at that time. I was talking to Will Benz, who was a scout that drove the gray Toyota Avalon with the beard and the hair. This is why they had Ketchup to cut his hair like that, so he could swap over into that and be me and use that Cash App, so it would look like every time you had sex with Ketchup, you was really having sex with Will Benz or some little boy or bird or dog. I don't know. Something gross. So it was that. And that was in April. I mean, that was in February of 2021. And then in February, I moved out because I felt like somebody was coming in my room, going in my stuff, bothering my notebooks. They were bad with notebooks then. And I think they still are. So So, the issue was my notebooks, and I used to just, this is when I was learning how bad the trap was. I definitely wasn't getting too many death threats at that time. They were bad, but not 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 yet. And so I was just being set up, and so I didn't know that they would bother me in the room. I thought, they would follow the rules, and negative. So they was always swapping with a boy, and so it was that same swap room. And believe it or not, it's weird because it's the bank now with that receipt, and it was the bank then in that same room. It was Brian. And then it was two gay guys. So all of the profiles that Joe put in these rooms follow the line, follow the plot. Because it was Brian first, and he had the $136 million missing Bitcoin. That's how they got me into investing in Bitcoin and all that. So he laid the scouts for that and was the weed man through the app. And they had that. And then it was the two gay guys in the room that Joe put there in that same room to swap. And then it was the, who was it next after that I seen after that? It was the salamander later on. This is Joe is bringing me, when I came back from California, Joe is bringing these people back so you can fall back and intermingling with these people. But they're all in the rooms are set up to follow a plot. Every room has a overhead that give you the rules. When you go in there and sign in, it's like checking into college. This is your room. You are medical. Get your phone, turn to this channel, tune your phone to this, turn on Bluetooth, get on the bed and take out your balls. It's like checking into college. They just come in with their stuff. You eat lunch at 5:30 to 7 because room A is eating dinner at 9 to 10. And then you go wash your balls at such and such, or you're not at work from, they got weird hours. 4:45 to 9:03. And you come back at work and they act like they done been out dashing. No, they actually went home. And they come here, this is the set. So they uh they probably say when you go to sleep tonight, I bet y'all won't. I bet you I won't. I would be up, honey. I done did too much talking today. Won't catch me going to sleep. Not quite. I gotta be up, child. It's time to see who's finna come to this house. So they probably say, you go to sleep tonight. I tell you what, the gas is coming through. Bring in the propane tank. Bring it on. Nope. So, seriously though, I gotta be up because I gotta see what is going on with this court stuff. If somebody has already been out here to serve me, they tell me they only do tack and post. I ain't never heard of that. And they probably done been up here and did that so they don't have to physically see nobody. So one of these men can go get it. And that's probably why they put me to sleep. Probably came out here today and swapped the date and had one of these men to go out there and meet the sheriff or meet somebody and take pictures and say, yeah, I'm Christian. Yeah. Name is Crystal. So they did that. So that room, when I seen it again in 2023, no, I seen it in 2000. I don't think, it was two gay guys. And then it was the salamander. The salamander was all things employment. And the security guard and the big uniforms, because if the role is you were fat and then you were skinny. And so you had some type of diet scare or weight loss scare, and then you lost all this weight, but you were huge. And that's to fill up the roles from 2004, the big booty Doris, and then to come into 2023 with Cheryl Bean that had the same shape as Doris. That's why they did that. And then said she lost that body due to drugs. And so then you went and got skinny and then got HIV and got fat from the medicine and then lost weight again. They have actually put quite a story together. And I have been following it, by the way. And so this is the fluctuation in the profiles. And this is why you have some fat men and some skinny men. And then the fat men with two braids. I just be clowning them so bad. They be like, that's okay. You gotta go to sleep. Yep, I do. I'm definitely gonna do that. I promise you that. I'm not gonna stay awake. So, but, so when you see the fat profile with the two little braids in the top and the ponytail, that's a man profile. And they also have it a woman too that never left the house because she had a traumatic event. That is Lift, and that is the same profile that lives back there in that corner. So the profiles intermingle around me with the same script. So this is why you'll see a fluctuation in the weight. So they went from 2004, because when I went to prison, they could not let me go to prison in the plot because it would have messed everything up. So they put Doris with Trap, not Ketchup, Trap. And so she had the very small waist and the really big hips, but she had an ugly face. She wasn't ugly, but she wasn't cute either. So she was with Trav because I went to jail. So they took that, and so I guess they looked at her booty and her hips and said, "Oh, well, she definitely makes some money with that." So they came up with, okay, then we'll give her some extra income, and then she'll be a stripper too. And so they came up with that, and then so that's why Cheryl said her sister had the same hips and body as she did, but she lost it to drugs. So that's why they came up with that plot and had the big person 2X, which was also Inez, to the skinny person that's drugs and was a prostitute and had sex with all these different men. And so that's where they came up with, we're going to give you HIV for talking, and because we're going to let these men rape you in your sleep and say that you were high and on drugs. And Joe ran all of that good old operation right here at 1517 Bethsaida Road, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296. He put 74 on the thing. So I wondered, is that a duplicated address? Because he don't have no numbers on this house. And I could have swore that this house was 1541 in my notebook in 2021. I could have sworn. And he don't ever put no addresses on nothing. And all of that went down in these different addresses that he had. So I was definitely afraid at some point to go to sleep because I was concerned about when you get gas, these men are having sex with you and they're putting them back around you as receipts, just like receipts. So they will have sex with you at night and while you're sleeping, and then they will befriend you during the day on your next Lyft ride. And so it works. It worked out really good. If you was to tell anybody, nobody can make this up. You cannot make this up. I mean, you just can't. This would be a wonderful book, but you cannot make this up. You can't. You just can't. It's too smart. And anybody think about it, they say she can't be crazy because that's too smart. Who would think of that? Not nobody that's crazy. It's too smart. And it makes perfect good sense. So they did that because it was retaliation for my complaint. So they were, and I knew that because they said it in California in May of 2022. They said it. They said exactly that, what they were going to do. And because they used Maisha to make the script. She took me to Walmart and she started talking in third party. And, in a different, in first person. And she started talking and she said, yeah, and so this lady had told me I had met her and she was telling me this, and she read the script off and she was using the I and this, that, and the other, and they were recording it, and all they needed was her to read it, and they take it and upload it, use it, put it in AI, and it swaps those rows off, puts your voice on it, and that's it, and cut. And that's what they did. And she read that script off, and she said that she was having sex with men, had sex with hundreds of men, and that used to just wake up to men having sex, and she ended up getting AIDS or HIV, whichever one, and was don't even know the men that she had sex with because she was all the time drug induced and on drugs. And she said clearly in abandoned houses. And so this is why they took me over to Maisha's at 9829. They did a fantastic job. And took me over there and made it look real abandoned. Like, because that's what they did. They tore the house out, gutted it out. And that was also over here, that was a duplicate of around the corner here on Norman Drive at 5492. That on the movie Pastor, they put in Augusta, but it's around the corner. And so she took that, that plot that she made outside of Target, and she read the whole script, and they were pretty much telling me what they were going to do. Because they had been threatening me with all along, that we're going to stick you, and then we're going to say that's how you got it. And so I said, well, it's going to be a cure for it anyway. It already is. White people got it. It's not yet for the blacks, but, they're slowing it down. But, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. Ain't nothing really I can say about that. If God allow it, I just pray that no weapon formed against me shall prosper. So that's that was the threat in California. And so I hadn't heard it until I got there. So that's what the lady said. So I actually started to see in the physical, it wasn't an illusion. They were actually doing that. And I had started to recall, wait a minute, I am, sleeping, my sleep patterns are off. And I looked around at that crazy looking house they had me standing in, and I was so grateful that I wasn't outside. But I looked at it, you are staying practically in an abandoned house. She don't live here, and she got that young guy living in here, and he is swapping in this room, and that's the same dude on Craigslist that you told when the dude said, let me see if his message is in here. His name was, let's see, Seth. I am shocked. They must have cleared that out. Ain't no way. Seth. It is not in there. Well, that's the name it was. And he had messaged Craigslist and said that he wanted older lady or something like that, and something nasty. And so I said, shut up. And they worked it back around into the plot. Wait a minute, she'll come back and we'll get her under another name. So they used Maisha to get me to go to that same location. So you can answer a ball swap. So, and then he had a young girl over there, and that's all they used to do is play that porn music, and it was the real, the Yankee kind. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I cannot do this. And I got up and just went outside. When I went outside, they turned it off because they couldn't do the full swap. And they had a light-skinned girl, and go with wavy hair, and you gonna get over here, and y'all get in the bed, and they put the bed in the same position, and you just swap into it. And so you're gonna do what Crystal's gonna do and be in that email from that time period, because she said no, but we're gonna make her do it with AI. So they did that, and then after that, then they did, what else did they do? They did, I don't know what else it was. They did. Oh, and then Maisha, like I said, she gave me that threat, and then I started to pay attention. They keep sending you trash men and wanting you to keep being around because they don't really care that they're lying. They take pictures. They don't. They're very patient, and they don't have to take 90 pictures in one day. They'll wait and catch them. They will put one trash guy around you on Tuesday, and they'll wait and sit four around you on the bus on Friday. Now we got five, and they just keep taking pictures like that so that when you go in court, it's extremely hard for you to say you're not a crackhead. Ma'am, we got 900 pictures of you because that's all you around because that's what you don't have a place to stay. And although those men are not crackheads, they specialize in decorating the environment when you go to sleep. I'm quite sure this house turns to a full on meth lab when I go to sleep. I'm quite sure. Quite sure it turns into a full on meth lab. So they do that. So it looks like that's where you are. That's what you're doing. And Jesus is just a front. Because I was looking at a movie the other night on Tubi last night, and it was playing, and I was like, they really think that about God and people. And the girl was on there being a Christian. They were mocking me, making fun of me. And the girl was saying how she wanted to wait and have sex because she was a Christian. And yet and still they were out at clubs and drinking margaritas. And I mean, they make me look so bad for being a Christian when ain't that my business? If I was to say that I was holy and I drunk whiskey all day long, ain't that my business? Like, they make me feel like they have a heaven or a hell to put me in. Like, I'm not, oh, my bad. I thought Easter was bad. The law got Easter beat because I don't have to just obey the law. I got to obey, that I just have to obey them because they took the place of God. Like, I get tired of feeling like I have to be in this state of proving myself. If you say something good, they're going to say that's the devil. If you don't say nothing, then they're going to say, "Why you not talking green?" Then if you do something positive, you're only doing that because we're looking. If you don't do nothing positive, why don't you do something with yourself? You can't win with people. And God told me yesterday when I got my Bible, you're not justified by the law. You're justified in Christ. I justified you, called you, set you aside. And I was glad because they make me feel like I have to do everything when it's no winning with them because they just are mad because you've torn up everything that we were going to put you in jail for, and they're just mad. So if you say something or not, if I talk with any good sense, they don't allow that to be seen. If I do something that they feel is stupid, they will all take note of that. But since back to my original point, since last week, it's just been one game after the other. They're really, really serious about these games. Like YouTube, there's no chats on there. There's no people on there. And then I will get off and people, it will be chats and they're actually changing the device. Like they don't care that I know. And they don't care that they're caught doing that. They don't care. They don't. This is what we're doing. High five. Let's go get coffee. They don't care. You know, stay up all night and get on YouTube and swap those IP addresses out and put chats with them and put those chats on YouTube and then put those boys around at Dollar Tree and then put them in Lyft drivers and there you go having a conversation and this is the dude and this is you and that man was in this house while you was asleep and that other dude was over there blowing his balls and you're in that swap. I ain't got nothing to do with that. You know, so, and you can't say nothing about it, or then, God forbid, we will put the black bags out. So you just shut up, and we'll blow your goddamn head off. So it's just, I'm just like over it. I literally said that today. Like, I declare, I'm just going to scream if I just get one more death threat. I'm just going to scream. Just literally just scream because I'm just so tired of it. Like, it's literally, you don't have no other choice. You just be quiet and let them keep doing this, or they will just keep saying all these god awful evil things that they're going to do. And I don't know for the life of me why I am not in protective custody. And they probably say, oh, we out of custody, all right. But I'm supposed to be in I'm supposed to be in protective custody. I text somebody and the bubble comes to me because that is my device over there in Woodlake. And my phone be on mute when that device be making other calls on my phone. And I figured that out. I was thinking, how does that work? It works. The person, that number is swapped. So basically, ooh, this is deep. This is good. You're having a conversation technically with yourself. Because technically, when that device is swapped, if you call it, it's like calling an app. So you call it and you're on the phone. So you call it and you on the phone. I can't wait. Why would they do that? So who's on the phone? Must be a drug dealer or a young guy. Somebody has to be on the phone because they definitely make calls when I get on the phone. I don't know what the law talks all day long. I don't know what in the world them people be talking about, but they talk all day long. I think I talk. They got me beat. They talk 24/7. These niggas get up on the phone like girls. I'd be like, golly, you could tell you're doing something wrong. Real men don't talk like that on the phone. They all day. What are you saying? How deep is this setup? What do y'all be talking about? They talk all day long. They get up with the phone, just like I get up on here and get on that. They get up talking on the phone all day long. They on it right now. Right now. I ain't never seen nothing like it before in my life. Real hard looking niggas on the phone all day long. I've never seen anything like it before in my entire life. So, um, so anyway, what the dude said was, I text that number. I just screen recorded it, and it goes. I text the number, and it comes to me. So you're texting yourself because you're calling yourself, and when they click over and call, it's a three-way. So who's on the other end? Only God knows. It's best to stay off the phone with these scouts. Ain't nothing good coming of it. Every last one of them is demonic. Ain't nothing good coming from these phone calls. It is best to not. And you would think I would know that by now. You would think. They're only calling you because Joe done put them up to it. Because they know she will talk. She's mad. So call her and see what she's saying about you. That's what they done. Get her to talk, and then we gonna be on the other end. And see what she say. So we'll know what we gotta plot. But that's what it is. Um, that's exactly what it is. Call her and see what she gonna say. Cause I was wondering why he been texting all of a sudden these last couple of days. So I'm really just tired of it. But I'm so glad God had me to check. I'm still, it can't for the life of me explain, like Wanda said, call him about the rent. And that girl came up with a whole plot right there. And it lets you know that 0633 went out of town. I can't wait to say that because I never reported it. I was waiting. I didn't want to report it. I'm waiting. I'm still waiting on that. I don't care what they do with 0633. That is my evidence. I'm waiting on it. I did not report that stolen. I'm waiting on them to roll it around. So when they roll around and say, this card was in such and such, excuse me, I got the evidence on that. I know exactly who had that card. I'm waiting on 0633 to show up. And they bring that hot false evidence in here. You messed up. Or you think the Lord didn't tell me not to report that card for a reason? I got a trap set around that. And so does the law. Whoever got 0633, they're just boop, boop. It's a trap set around that. And I'm waiting. I didn't report that card on purpose to catch them. I can't wait till they bring it. I can't wait. That's a ace in the hole. I made sure I paid attention. Who is moving around me when that card got lost? And I listened to what's being said right now at Wood Lake. about ID. Still talking, still covering. The girl back there, Lincoln with Woodlake, just said, Friday? What did I cook? Yeah, when I'm making that spaghetti. I was, can I use your phone to call? No, you can't use nothing to call, Jer. You know you don't need to use my phone anyway. You just asked me that so you can go get one of them niggas' phones. Let me tell you how they built that real quick. Lord forgive me for doing this. But they took, Gwanda said on the phone, let me see who said it first. The girl, Friday. Can I use your phone? I had to call Joe and went to read the script. Got to go through the whole script. You ain't got to tell me who you got to call and why. Read, go stand right in front of the camera. She came stand right in front of the camera. This is the kitchen. She came stand right in front of the camera. This the camera. She stands right there. Joe say, and action. Can I use your phone, please? Because my wallet is blah, 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 and I need to call. Okay. And cut. They don't get my response. Then she go to the dude's room. Here, you could use my phone. Then she gets the phone. Then they take that and tell Gwanda, all right, you're on, and action. You need to call your landlord and tell him about your rent. And cut. Take that and put that with that. They're building a scene here. So they have her with the accusation and the wallet, because your wallet got lost in October of 2023. So they take this, take that. This ID thing is running. So they take that, they take her conversation, his phone, Gwanda's directive, because they say you follow everything that we tell you to do. So, follow and action. Give the directive. You need to call your landlord and tell him. So, the landlord she called. You followed the directive. And she came and said what happened. We got the phone. We will swap that into the voice. And cut. So, that means that the number that he's using goes out of town, her trip, and that means we're waiting to produce those receipts. And as soon as they drop them, get that junk out of here. And they're gonna say, it's okay. You gotta go to sleep, but it's okay, because that is some good evidence that I just put together. Even though I should not be building what they're doing, but, and I don't know if God doesn't want me to say what they did. I don't, it's just that, let me see how to put it. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It don't work. I don't have to keep doing this. But I also feel that I have to say what they did so that I know what needs to be documented, because that is what they did, and that is how it works. So she comes and say this, and then this male comes over here and say this. Now, in a court, they will say, Miss Ketchup, can you tell us, why do you keep saying that? What is the significance in your identification? Hello, they say I make those. Why do you think Joe has 50,000 printers on the back porch? I'm going to take a picture of them tomorrow. You know, it's one out there with the name Catherine on it. I took a picture of it before, and they took it out of the camera. unless it's in it's in the LG Stylo 6 phone, because that's what I had. Oh, thank you. That's why they didn't let it save. Score. They didn't let it save to my Gmail because it was hard evidence and it was out of time. But and they over here at this house, they tore up that LG Stylo 6 phone so that I couldn't turn it on anymore because it was out of the date rotation, which is why my laptop that is in 2023, they they shut it down because I was going in 2000 to 2024 saving data to it, and they said, "Oh no, you won't." So when I went to go download that group of photos, they said, "Oh, okay, I'll tell you what we'll do," and cut, and that was it. Then didn't let it come on anymore. It wasn't broke. They just won't let it come on. They won't. They broke it. So, because they couldn't let that laptop come into another period because they were not in that period making false evidence yet. So when I was backing up to 20, I think I was backed up to 23, and I was going into it. No, you won't. That's it. So it looks like you had this laptop in this period, and all day long, all they do is play old commercials. They played Barbie the other day, literally, and Barbie came out about 2 years ago, and they played the Barbie commercials yesterday. Ain't nothing you could do. They won't let nothing play from 2025. Nothing. Everything is old and overlaid, and every movie is going to be about a crime, and every preacher is going to say something that is overlaid. Everything. They overlaid Creflo Dollar's confessions the other day with fat jokes, and they just roast me all day in different scenarios, and you just sit there and you get abused, and ain't nothing you can do about it, or you're gonna get a death threat, and then if you don't say nothing, you're still gonna get a death threat because you're thinking it, and then if you, I mean, I don't know what in the world they expect for me to do. You can't write it, and you better not say nothing, and you're not gonna think it either. Like, you just supposed to sit there and don't say nothing. And they don't care. They want you to go on with your life and live happy and skip like ain't nothing going on. So when them people come in there and kick you in your back and knock you to the floor and put them handcuffs on and put their knees behind the back of your head and press your face into the floor so that you can't breathe, they want you to act like you're really deserving of that. Because that's what they want me to do. Get happy and act excited so that we can sneak up on you and, you know, kick you in your back, haul you off to jail. But they don't want you to talk about what they're doing. They have not had a crystal catch up yet. So this is quite an experience. And I say all the time, I will be quiet. Like I said earlier today, when I'm quiet, they aggravate because it's somebody that always wants me to talk to make the person that doesn't want to hear it mad. So then Ketchup's team wins when we keep making her mad. So, because we know she will talk, and then when she talks, we'll be glad when she gets the death threats. They were excited when I got the death threats in California. Let me tell you, the commercial, I'm shocked that they haven't played that commercial yet, and I'm quite sure they're going to do it because they're still making false evidence in different time periods. This is the commercial they haunted me with in California every day. It was the the wheels in the last in Testament commercial, and the seriously rich lady was had millions billions of dollars, and she had died and was laying on the bed, and all her family was around saying, is she dead yet, can we go ahead and read it? And she woke up and said, I'm not dead, I'll sign it, and or something like that, and signed the thing, and took all of them out of the wheel, and that was the commercial, and it went off. That the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life, and they used to play that to me every day, talking about my family down here, because every other agency jobs, because they tell and job on what the other one is doing. Tell your family, because we're not there. We don't care. So California tell on Augusta what they doing because they don't care. They'd be like, yeah, your family, you're Joseph. That's another reason why I'm glad that he taking me to court, so you could prove who you are. Now, that, don't get me started on that, but that's the commercial that they played. So California knows that my family is very well into this because they said it. They used to play the commercial, and they played a commercial. I felt so bad. I was so happy, but I felt so bad that that man did that. But it was sexy the way he did it, because but I don't like them making jokes about Ketchup, because Ketchup is not a boy. I don't. They same way they made me old, they made him young. Ketchup is not a boy, and Ketchup is 40 some years old. 42 this year, and the man said, uh, and but they was telling me so many different things in the commercial. The white man wanted to fuck. Excuse my language. The white man wanted to have sex. I was going to go have sex with him. We were going to the room all day because I said, I want to have sex all day. And they said, and the man made the commercial, and it was a white man with a deep voice, and he was like, it was a commercial of a white man in a hotel and was in a robe, and he called up and said, let me get a box of rubbers. And I came to the door, and he had ordered DoorDash, and it was Ketchup. The people is hilarious, and it was Ketchup, and it was a little with that. Oh, I said these people will roast you so bad that it would be hard as hell for you to recover and get your self-esteem back if you gain strong. Them people will make you not want to do anything anymore. And they opened that door, and it was that little boy. I said, they so stupid. But dang, he wanted to do it. And that man said he got a whole box. I'm trying to be good. Golly. And answered the door, and it was DoorDash, and it was they was playing it like it was Ketchup. I said, they play too much. They play too much. And they had me looking sexy though, because the little little doll that they had playing the character was cute. I was like, oh, they don't think I'm a fat girl. They think I'm cute. Oh. So, but anyway, they play commercials, and I'm just sick of it. I like the TV like that. If I could, I thought the other day, um, what can I play at night to have my music on? Because I would cut that off and unplug it so they can't cut it back on, and I would cut this god awful phone off. Well, gotta have them on, so it doesn't matter. You recording with them. God, ain't nothing you can do. You can buy a Sony Handycam. They gonna tap into it, and they'll fry. They gonna fry that battery like an egg. I swear, what? They're just like bad, bad Home Alone grown men. Like just bad. So they just play commercials. So I'm just like over it. And anyway, I really need to be focused and seeing on what I'm gonna do. I got oh damn, I'm moving around. I gotta take all this stuff down, and I'm wondering if I should go ahead and start so that I don't have to um, do this later. So I'm not going to give my TV to anybody in here because that's a cell phone. And I thought about taking it with me because I may just get another room for rent. I don't know. I really need to be praying about that. I'm trying to get somewhere else. But Craigslist is just a hot commodity right now. I'm telling you. It's traps all over that. I don't care where you go. They got their mouths ready. Come on. And I just don't want to just play that game. To just, you know, get in that situation where, you know, you just literally going to swap with this man and swap with that man, and it's only going to be men. And if it's not, then what they're doing is while you're here, so that you can't see, we'll go ahead and start filming in the other location because they feel confident that they can swoosh you over there. That's the whole purpose of trying what good they call them good agents. Good agents do. They swoosh you. And if you can't make her move, then you ain't good. You got to be able to make them do whatever you want them to do when you need them to do it on cue. And then they say, gotcha. So if you go on Craigslist and then you look and see, and you think you're looking for a room for rent because you don't know how this works. So you go looking for rooms to rent, and they're going to have this nicely decorated for you. This is only for me. This is not a real Craigslist. So you go in here, and you say they're going to have names. Solitude, peace, and quiet. That sounds interesting. And then your amount sounds good. $650. Well, when you get that, it ain't got no face, no pictures, no nothing. Well, when you get that ad, that's going to be that same man that messaged you that crazy message that said, would you blow my balls for $25? And you said, this stupid. That's him. It's going to be there. They're going to play it like that. And so they already got a Latino over there blowing his balls or just taking pictures. And then when you go over there, you'll just be in that swap. You only need to appear, and no one is going to let you stay long. This is why they don't do leases, because they don't want to go through the hassle of getting you out. So you're already doing it. Like if I go up there to where Bertrand is in North Carolina, it's already working. That's already in the motion. So when you come up there, you don't need to stay long. You just came up here to get on the tower. take a picture on third night, get out. Which is technically, I don't know how he's running that, because that's technically not legal, but I don't know what North Carolina laws is, and I don't feel like being bothered with it, and they don't care. You only go there once they are already setting up, rolling in North Carolina. So when I get up there, it's gonna be 72 hours. They're already ready. Just need you to come here, come on, get on these cameras, take a few pictures, get naked in the shower, get out. And that's exactly how that's gonna go. Third day, they're not gonna play, because that's a new state, and every new state want to put the smack down. They want to let you know, and then they'll put them death threats on so fast that you'll be like, golly, because every state want to show that they're badder than the other one, that we're bad. We will do it. And see, that's very close to South Carolina, and you got to be careful, because they are not wrapped too tight. And see, South Carolina ain't seen me at this stage since it's gotten like this. So I don't want to fool with them, because they ain't never seen me like this, and I ain't never seen them at this level. And you know they ain't wrapped, and they too close. So North Carolina is already filming. They're already working, you know. So they already have a gay guy. They already have the pedophile. They already have the plot. They already have the cooking. They already have all the food stamps. They already got all this going. What is that noise? Oh. They already got Cash App. They already got all this in full rotation. So that way, that's dangerous, because that means when you get there, 72 hours. That's all we need. They done been running it months before. You're here in Atlanta. We here, and here. That's why so many people around. So when you get to North Carolina, 72 hours. And where are you going after that? We don't give a damn. Go out on the street. Blow balls. They don't care. We'll pick you up from out there. When you go out there and walk around and look retarded, or go back to a hotel. Now how they will do it, they'll get you to a hotel so you can go and reinvent the same evidence you made with Ketchup, and we'll take Ketchup out the picture. So you go over there and we'll give you a good deal. Go to the same in-town suites and we'll give you a good deal. And you'll get on the bus, they'll direct you where they want you to go. And you'll get on the bus and they'll say, put a nice sign, new sign up there, and they'll say, in-town suites, first month half off if you pay in full. Well, that's number one, so we could get you to pay over $500, because that's a felony. And then the second is so that you can go pay, we know you're going to be where you're going to be for a month, so we can live. And then we'll get some prostitutes to come in, and they'll blow balls and get with each other and do some drugs right next door to you, so we can swap that activity in your room. And then you will do that, lay there, and then after that month, get out. And then they already made the month that you were replacing 2018. And they'll say, gotcha. And then that's it. And cut. That's all I need. You're going back in time to erase all of your evidence with Ketchup, so that you could be a man and a woman. And that's what they want to do. And so when they say, who's Ketchup? Who's Ketchup? There's never a Ketchup. She's crazy. If you don't believe that, then go look at the screenshot that I took of what they put on Clayton County. Dispossessory answer, Alzheimer's Service Center. That don't even go together, but that was the threat. So now that you see that was the threat. And so you see what he intended to make happen here. And so it is nothing that I can do about that. I just look at it and take screenshots. Well, it all links. Then they say they were going to make me old so it looked like I had that by the gas. So every time I go to sleep, I wake up and frosty eyes. They ain't been frosty no before. Why do you have frost on your eyes like snow? Why are you laying on your back? What's over your head? A freaking vent? That's why he put the bed right here. No, it should be over there. Or wherever. But it's here because they're blowing stuff. They're not going to tell the truth. So, if you go to Craigslist and you go and look, and they're going to scroll down, and this is going to be where they want you to come to. And don't worry, your next house is going to look exactly like North Carolina, where Bertrand is, or where the House of Hope here in California is all going to be linked in. Now, these houses that are here is the same paint that's at Joe's house. And I paid that attention. I peeped game real quick because I know how they work. So let's look at the decor. And the first thing, these are the red flags that you're looking for on Craigslist. All right, Miss Ketchup, what are they looking for? Well, number one, you're looking for similarities in the way the room is set up. And you're looking for flooring. Because all of Joe put the same flooring in all of these houses so they could swap easy. And then they're using like decorations of yours because they're turning these properties into yours. And then they're using paint. This blue paint is outside in the hall. And then they're using rental furniture. So let's look at this furniture and look and see if it looks like a rental store. Yep. All right. And then we know we have a phone number. So let's look and see what the phone number is. All right. Might be email only. Nope. We got a phone number. And I think that number is the one I think. Yep. It is 40. Oh, yep. That's the link. All right. So that number is where they want you to go because that's the link. And so it's that phone number. So then if you don't go there, it's not a problem. They're all on here. So the next one you go is they will start to be in the towns where they want to build up. So you'll start to see some stone mountains, and then they love Marietta. And by the way, Marietta is Murrieta in California. And then let's see what else. Let's see what this room is. Ooh. I noticed that Joe ain't been posting his rooms lately. I see all his rentals done stopped since I'm getting moved. Oh, you ain't got to rent out no more rooms, huh? He all of a sudden ain't renting no more rooms since I ain't the cleaning lady no more. So, but I pay attention to these rooms, what they look like. If they look like locations where they go and get set up for um, what you call it, income. They be set up to look like halfway houses. So I be paying attention to that. If these houses, what they look like, if they look too businessy or commercial, I don't want to go nowhere to looking like you at no place. Do I want to go to North Carolina? No. Do I want to get out of Georgia? Yes, but not under another operation. But yes, I do. I don't want to move from Georgia and go to another place to be set up. And they're lying if they say they're not. However, I did dream that North Carolina was where I got my check, and they realized that before and said, "Oh no, she ain't going there." Because they was the ones that actually accused me. I didn't get arrested, but something happened, and it was them that actually paid. Was where it went down. So I don't know if that's the way it is or not, but sometimes I feel like tonight I said, well, if they're still setting you up, then just have peace and follow the setup. Just go everywhere where they want you to go and just be quiet and nice and just get set up everywhere that they send you. But they won't be nice. They're not trying to be nice. They want you to move around and get set up and get on the streets and look like a prostitute in all these different places. They want to make your life bad. And they're just doing it in a way that makes you miserable because they're mad that you said all that stuff. So they don't, why else can I not seriously get a job at a hotel? Because they don't want you to have no job. They want you to really get out here and blow on some balls so that they can say, look what we made her do. And then after they put you in jail for it, then they'll turn around and say, all right, now it's time to clean yourself up and get your life together and get on track. Didn't you cause this? Hello? So, they don't really want to do that. So, I don't know about what is my biggest fear about going to North Carolina. It's no fear. I just know that it's a setup. So why are you going? They're gonna only give you 72 hours, and they're gonna say get out because they already made it. The false evidence is already in the making. They already got a Latino laying in that bed right now on this YouTube with his balls out in that screen. They have already got that hot and ready. That's better than a Little Caesar's pizza. That evidence is hot and ready, laid out. All you gotta do is go swap, and they probably gonna be not talkative, cause it's already laid. So when you get there, you just have to look for your scalp, and it's gonna be somebody. It's gonna be several, but you can really use any one because it's a drug and alcohol environment. But it's gonna be somebody that's designated to be the swap, a man and a woman. And then once you get there, just look for them, and it's gonna be in the clothing, in the hair, and then if if you get there and you find them fat with two braids sticking up, there you go. And then the woman, look for the is there any canes, walkers, wheelchairs, disability ramps. Look for that, and then look for who's getting assistance, and just pretty much look for it. It's there. All of it is there. If not, they have just moved out. So then you have to look for that too. Well, who just moved? But they won't really move without getting you a swap. Now they can swap you at a store, and you won't know. But then again, yes, you will. So just all depends on what's going on. So that's the reason I don't want to go to North Carolina. And I also don't want to go because if they want me to go do that, it has to be something illegal to it. And I just think that it just doesn't sound right. And it needs to have some structure to it because you're asking people for money. And I ain't never been on no drugs. So I ain't gonna never say that. They won't record me out there saying that. And they already had a Latino in California next to the truck crying on was it March the 6th, 2022? It was March 2022 for sure. And it was a Latino reading that same script outside of the truck, and they had her come stand. I guess she thought I wasn't in the truck, and she came and stood right by the mirror and was crying and reading the script and called somebody and said that she didn't have her money. I don't really want to play that game. They take you out of town to other states to play these games. That's all they're doing. And each state is just going to aggravate you and move you around. They moved my sister Sharon around 77 times. 77. People don't care. They just want to move you around and get swaps. And Joe is done picked up the pace since they told him, all right, well, since you done filed eviction, you need to go ahead and pick up the pace in your household. So these people are working fast and quiet, because they still want to use the location, so he's doing more. And then he's angry, so he's really doing more. So, and this is why I should be praying rather than on this live, because they be using the Wi-Fi to access all these different places, and YouTube has not been reliable since April the 8th. So that content is constantly switched around, and has been since last week. So I don't be paying them any attention about them views up there. That ain't nothing but a sticker. That don't mean nothing. You could buy views and they not nothing but dummy views. You could buy them from online and you ain't gonna get nothing but a bunch of robotic computers, chat boxes, pretty much. But they not real IP addresses. They're dummies. And so that's what they put on my things. And so my connection is just open for men to get on there and play balls and use when they go into the store or something like that. But they're not real views with real people. They won't let me real people hear what I'm saying. Really? Only people hear me is the law. And they don't even let all of the law hear me because they don't want somebody to really know, even though people know, but they don't want people to really know. But people know. Oh, they know. Alright, so let me pour my water out. I did not get in the bathtub tonight because I didn't think tonight was the night to be going to get in my bath with all this stuff going on. Alright, so anyway, I didn't want to I didn't want to get into I didn't want to get into this much talking because I haven't spent any time with God today since actually I haven't been busy talking about this garbage Hadn't talked to God since this morning. So I definitely gotta go from being on here, being set up. Uh, I probably got my face on some kitty ball site. Because I noticed that um, commercials, kid commercials play when I'm unavailable or can't get to the remote. And so does, I pay attention to the ads that play when I can't find the remote. Like they know where the remote is. So if it's all, let's say the remote is all tangled up in here, they'll look at it and they'll pay attention. So I can put it there, and I'll be on here and live, and I had a TV on, and I'll be talking, and they're gonna say, "All right, wait about 15 minutes till we think she done forgot where the remote at," and then they gonna turn on. Would you like for your kid to come? We have, this is what our kids' classrooms are like, and they're gonna play a bunch of kids that look like you watching kids on TV all day long. And then they're going to say, we take time to spend the most time with your kid. Apply for a job today. We have hundreds of jobs open and available. We teach kindergarten, first grade, third grade, fourth grade, right in the comfort of home, your own home. Adopt a home kid today. Teach them how to learn. You wait. So they will make sure, and they will keep that commercial going and show all them pictures of them little kids. I'll be saying, where is the remote? Where's the remote? They know it's under here, so they will put it on when they think I can't find the remote. So it look like you looking at little kids. They have given me so many phobias from threats that they made. The other day I was in Dollar Tree, and I about had a conniption fit when they sent that little boy on that canned good aisle, and I knew it was a scout because I said, what little boy would come on a canned good aisle in the whole store? He ain't on the candy aisle. He on the canned good aisle. Why are you over here and not over there on the candy aisle? Because he's swapping. He's swapping. And his mama sent him in there. They wasn't in there with no adult that I seen, or they was misplaced from the adult. And I seen it and said, oh my God. And then I seen the man that was in the wheelchair that was trying to swap with me on the road, and I wouldn't walk into his frame. That nigga got out that wheelchair and ran across that street. I could not believe it. It was him or somebody had on the same thing that looked almost just like him. I could not believe it. I wouldn't walk into that man's frame. Like he said, oh, you gonna get in my frame. No, I'm not. I walked all the way around him. I went purposely around him. I be looking. When I see them wheelchairs and them walking, oh, you won't be walking with me today. I take off. Because they be waiting. They want you to they gonna get in your frame right here in the store, right here, or right here, or they'll get bold and come stand behind you. But they want you to see, for the most part, and they come and stand right there or walk with you across the street. So when I seen him in that wheelchair rolling real fast, I said, oh, I ain't finna get in his frame. So, because all they need to do is take that video and record it, and they're going to slow it down. You might be over here, here. They're going to say, slow it down. That AI going to bring you on around here and swap you on into that. Ooh, no. So, I run. They don't make me have so many phobias about that. I run from it. And that man, when I wouldn't walk in his frame, that man got out of that wheelchair at Kroger and ran across that street with me. I could not believe he was that adamant to get that shot. So then I went to Dollar Tree, and then I pay attention to Planet Fitness is still a hot zone. I have just not said anything about them because they're retarded. But Planet Fitness is a hot zone. So that motorcycle you always see up there, there you go. And then who's ever in there with the membership. But they're always going to be coming out. And Kroger had the relaxing massage. I meant to look at the last of that number to see what is relaxing. So, alright, so if it's LAXING, so XING. Oh, that is California. It also came up Xi. XI. Yeah. It was XIN. So that is. But why would she come up that XING? She had 9464. She had relaxing massage called something massage relaxing. That she said, I remember simply relaxing massage. Let's see if it's massage. I think it's this one that I just had, relaxing. Cause she had called something relaxing. And let's see, it's massage. Massage is MASSAGE. So let's do SAGE. SAGE. That's not it. It's relaxing. All right, so we know that's Florida. All right, or it's Go Bank. All right, so let's see what was set up in 2021. In April of 2021, what was the bank that was being set up? Go Bank, Access 360, Wells Fargo. In 2022, that was in 2021, Regions Bank. That was a setup too. A man had that. So that is what this is going to be about. Wait, I'm trying to check my email. I'm so tired of these people. So that's what the situation is, literally. So that's why I don't want to go to North Carolina. I don't want to go to North Carolina because if I go to North Carolina, you're not going there. You're going there to get set up. And you're going to swap with men, balls, drugs, alcohol, lesbian women, gross, nasty environments, hairy nuts and ball seats. And as soon as they get enough shots, you're going to get out. And then they're going to personally tell the driver to take you. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, let's see. So what all can they do if I go to North Carolina? All right. So if I go to North Carolina, it's going to be, let's see, label this North Carolina. And they're going to do ball swaps, drugs and alcohol, STDs. They're going to do locations because you're going to be driving around and they're going to be making receipts. This is going to be taxes. It's going to be food stamps. It's going to be cash out. It's going to be vehicle. It's going to be wrecks and fraud. It's going to be wood forest. Well, what bank is it? Depends on whose phone number it is. And it's going to be transgender. It's going to be household management, and it's going to be well, they're going to take me to different locations and say you're going to work here. It depends on what those locations are. I'm quite sure somebody's going to be medical. So medical, they were taking me near hospitals and saying we're going to collect money over here today. And you turn around, what? Is we outside of this dialysis center all day? And that's what they're going to do. I'm just tired of it. I don't want to do it. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I don't want to do that. And hopefully they will let me get a job. Not if they want me to go to North Carolina. If they really want me to go to North Carolina, they not. Because I meant to put this on here today so everybody can see, which nobody sees, but they see. And if they think my evidence is pretty good, then they won't. Then they'll talk about it amongst themselves. They won't really let me know, but I'll know from how they respond to it. But they won't really let me know that that's good evidence that she found. But the schedule on Blue Crew is all waitlisted because they really don't want me to have no job, but they want me to be somewhere on the 27th, and I bet you I won't. I looked at the job that they say I can have. They took all the ones that are regular and ongoing, but the one they said I could have is the 26th and the 27th. That's going to be a negative. They have not waitlisted that job. All the other ones are negatives, but they have not said no to that. And that is a training event. So why do they want me there? What does that look like? I don't know, because I hadn't seen the building. But if I see the building, then I'll know. I said, well, maybe it's going to be a hot white guy down there that I'll get to flirt with and probably have some fun with. That's going to be a negative. It'll be one down there, right? No. I don't know what that could be made to look like. I haven't seen the building. If I see the building, then I'll know. But when I first looked at it and I read the description and I said, Hyrox, first of all, that sounds like weight loss pills. All right. And so I looked at it and said, pre-registration crew. What does that sound like? Why do they want me there? Let me see what that looks like. If it's near that big building down there by that complex, then this is last year with Long Booty near. It was a lot of people outside and she was dashing. And I couldn't understand why we was down there. But I don't want to be around a lot of people. I don't want to do that. So that is negative. So I don't want to do that. And I don't want to be around a lot of people because I don't know. That just looks like a big setup to me. So I avoid like fairgrounds and like, I don't want to do that. So that's going to be a negative. So I'm not doing that. And then because they're letting me do that, so that means that is what you don't want to do. If they let me have the job, then I would probably think about that and not want it. But because that's just like weird. Because that means you're never going to take anything. Probably. But I mean, I at least want to say that I tried. That sounds really weird. But I mean, that I have to look at it. Like sometimes if it's if it's not too risky for me and it's not gonna aggravate me too bad, I will go ahead and do it. But 2 p.m. to 8:30 in a room full of, I don't know why they want me around a bunch of people with weight loss stuff. I don't haven't seen the building. I don't know what that looks like or what that could be made to look like. So that's going to be a negative. And it's for 2 days. That means I will be out of this room. Something is going to go on here at that time. So that's going to be a negative. And that's too close to when it will be time for me to move. So I'm not going to let them score that much on me. So no. Now, to a job, mm-mm. It has to be, and I noticed that they were starting to build jobs in Fairburn. I know that too. And then they're going to send men there. They will use me to accept the job with my face and then get men to go. So, I seen that too. And so, because all they need you to do is look at this. Your phone date is already changed. So you look at this and say, this they got the phone to 2021. They don't care what you say. They don't care about truth. They're gonna change it. It's gonna be 2000. And then you look at the phone, and AI is gonna say, "Gotcha." And then they're gonna take the picture, and then they're not gonna give you the job. So, because if they were, then they wouldn't move it to all the places that have to be built up, like Conyers and Covington and all these Jackson, Georgia. They want you. Definitely ain't going to no Jackson. Try fooling around with them people after dark. Who? Who going way out there? Who? That's gonna be a negative. I can't believe that day I went to that park. I have made some bold decisions. Like bold. All right. So um so that is why they say and I'm so tired of the menopause. Everything that Gwanda say comes to my phone. That is so annoying. Gwanda said that she had this. Now they come put all this stuff on my phone. I get so tired of it. It's so annoying because you sit here and watch them do it, and they don't want you to say nothing about it. Anyway, Lord, um, help me. I'm so sorry I didn't spend no time with you today. Please forgive me. This stupid, ugly, dumb situation has gotten on my everlasting nerve. And I am so sorry that I did not spend time with you the way that I should have. And I ask for you to forgive me, Heavenly Spirit, sweet God that you are. Forgive me, Jesus. Forgive me. My soul, my mind, my heart is so convicted because I have spent so much time talking about this dumb situation, and I have not spent any time with you. Help me, Lord. I'm so tired of this situation, of this stupid phone and this tablet, and I need your help. I really do. I'm not going to lie to you. I need your help. I need you to restore the joy unto me of my salvation. Help me to make solid decisions that will benefit the kingdom of God, not on my own works that I could boast, but in your works in you. I want to boast on your goodness, and I ask that you forgive me because I missed my time with you to be in your presence talking to these people on these phones that are scouts, that are swapping, and the conversation ain't pleasing to you. Lord, please forgive me. Please forgive me. I missed my time with you and all of the things that you could have told me to turn this entire situation around for my good. I had such a good green day, and the enemy just wanted to steal my joy and take me out of your presence and take me out of the place where you had for me to be mentally. I seen the works of the enemy on the phone. You gave me wisdom. They just want you to talk. They just want me to talk. And so I ask you to forgive me for talking about it. I'm tired of talking about it, Lord. It's annoying. And it doesn't bring any glory at all to your name. When I know by faith that nothing can happen to me unless you allow it. You are God, and you are over everything, and you're in all things. And my life and my decisions and my everything is wrapped up in you. And I just lost sight of that today because I keep thinking about what my image and my life looks like. But Lord, I need your help. You know, I like to represent you, and that means paying bills on time and doing everything. Only you know why Ketchup didn't pay the alimony. Only you know. I can speculate. I can make a good stab at it, but only you know why he didn't pay. I don't know for sure. I just know what it looks like, but God, I don't really know. And I don't really want to be talking about my landlord because I don't want to fall into the traps of the enemy. He already said that I'm evil and all these negative things about me. So I don't want to fall into the traps of the enemy. You said, bless your enemies that do harm to you and that say all manner of evil. You said, do good that those to do evil. That's what you said. And I want to do good. I want to let it go. I want to surrender my all to you. Nothing can happen to me unless you allow it. And you could work it all for my good if I just put my trust in you. That's all I have to do is put my trust in you to yield to your Holy Spirit. I hate it. I hate this house. I hate living here. They have gassed me every single night. And they try to make my dreams bad. And you've seen it all. And I'm just annoyed. and I want my own place to live. I'm tired of living with men. You didn't make me a man. You didn't call me a man. You didn't call me to be in a house full of men. I don't have balls. I'm I'm a woman. That's who you made me to be. And they just keep doing this, and it's annoying to me, and I don't like it, God. And every little trigger makes me want to get in my flesh, and that's because I have not fully put on the whole armor of God. And that means listening to my music, staying in the Word of God, and surrounding myself in your Word with your instructions. You said tie your instructions around my finger so I won't break them, so I won't make a mistake. And tonight was just an awful mistake when I just knew without a shadow of a doubt that it was just an evil spirit meant to aggravate, meant to sabotage, meant to come against the will of God for my life. And I need your wisdom, your hope, and your direction, because you are my keeper. You're my friend. You're my everything. And you see it all, and you know it all. And I ask in the name of Jesus that you just be over that evil, stupid, dumb phone. I can't stand it, Lord. When I get on the phone, they mute it. When I'm on the phone doing something innocent, it's just evil. People call me I don't know, and they're not even calling me. It's just a piece of junk. I hate it. I hate that phone, God. I hate it. I hate it. And you see what they're doing to me on it, and they think they be tricking me. They're not tricking me. It's just one setup after the other. I hate that phone, God. And Lord, I ask you in the name of Jesus to stop them from putting me to sleep and convict their hearts. Don't let what they did to me prosper, and don't let them do it. You see that when I go to sleep, my dreams are not right. My sleep is not right, and you said that I shall lay down and go to sleep, and my sleep shall be sweet. You said that you would cover me. You said that in your word, that that's my divine right, and they're interfering with my divine right to rest and to sleep and have sweet sleep. Was wobbly bed that he put together moves all day long. You should keep interacting with mattresses. It's annoying. All Alright, so we definitely need alarms set, laws changed, policies and rules changed, and battles won in which I do not have to fight. Why? All because of favor. Oh, oh, sing. Oh my God, look what you've done. Oh, I'll sing forever. Oh, oh, oh my God. Oh my God, look what you've done. I'm so amazed. Oh, oh, oh my God. Alright, so I definitely need all of my alarms set. I don't know who set an alarm for Sunday and Tuesday and why it's set for 2 o'clock a.m. What is that? I don't know what that is, but that's a negative. It's 4:30 and I'm so amazed. Oh, oh, oh my God. Look what you've done. You make the mountains crumble, silence the roaring thunder. You are the God of wonders. Oh my God. You make the mountains. Oh, you are the God. Oh, you the ocean. Alright, so how great is our God? Alright, I was supposed to do homework today. I didn't do that. So I gotta be up because I don't want them to bring nothing to this house for me and they don't bring it to me. They probably go to Dunlap. They probably won't even come here.
something that is not his